Welcome. City of Lamar City Council Special Agenda of October 23rd, 2023. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamar, Texas will conduct a special meeting on October 23rd, 2023, beginning at 4 p.m. in the council chambers at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamar, Texas. According with section 551.127B of the Texas Local Government Code, the presiding officer and the quorum of the Lamar City Council intend to be and will physically be present at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamar, Texas. The council will meet for the purpose of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order at 4:04. We reached a quorum at 4:04. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Kiara, would you give us a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Councilmember District A,
Present.
Councilmember District B,
Present.
Councilmember District C will not be with us tonight, and Councilmember District D will be with us a little later on. Mayor.
Present. Thank you, Kiara. Item 3, executive session. The City Council for the City of Lamar, Texas reserves the right to adjourn into executive session at any time during this meeting to discuss any of the matters listed above. It's authorized by the Texas Government Code, section 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, deliberations about real property, 551.073, deliberations about gifts and donations, 551.074, personnel matters, 551.076, deliberations about security devices, 551.087, economic development. Now, the council is recessing into executive session for the purposes of 551.074, personnel matters. Tonight, we will deliberate on the employment evaluation, duties, and discipline of public officer or employee, the municipal judge. 3.2, section 551.074, we will deliberate on the employment, evaluation, duties, and discipline of a public officer or employee, city attorney. 3.3, section 551.074, deliberate on the employment, evaluation, duties, and discipline of public officer or employee, the city manager, as well as 3.4, section 551.074, deliberate on the employment, evaluation, duties, and discipline of a public officer or employee, the city clerk. We will close this special call meeting at
4:07.
4:07 and recess into executive session at this time. Let the record reflect that Councilmember District D, Mr. Ross, has joined us.
Yes, sir.
We are in recess. Very good. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are finishing up our evaluations and conversations with our city clerk, our city manager, our city attorney, as well as our municipal court judge. Along the way, Councilmember Ross is not feeling well, so he's kind of being quarantined in the back. And so without delay, now that we are set up, let's move out of recess back into our special meeting of October 23rd. Time care,
6:04.
6:04. Item 4, actions taken from executive session. 4:1, section 551.074, deliberation on employment, evaluation, duties, and discipline of public officer or employee, municipal court judge. I'll entertain a motion.
Well, I think we're going to move that we have the need to.
If we are not taking action, then we take no action. Simply,
Okay, well,
we simply
yeah,
take no
well,
action.
I'll take it.
Is it also your belief that we take no action, Ms. Yancey? Mr. Ross, no action? Very good. Let's move now. I can hear him because he's behind me, Kyle, but I'm sure they can't hear him.
Yeah.
He did say take no action. Item 4.2, section 551.074, deliberation on the employment, evaluation, duties, discipline of a public officer or employee, city attorney. Council, I will entertain a motion.
I move that we continue with the service, but we open up the RFP for new council.
Very good. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any discussion? For purposes of clarity, the current council that we have currently will continue to be our council unless and until the council chooses to contract another legal entity.
Mayor, you just explaining the motion, or
I'm
what do you-
explaining what will happen in the interim. It sounds like council has made a motion, Ms. Yancey, and Mr. Ross has seconded the motion that we are now going to request proposals for our city attorney. And I am saying in the interim, Mills Shirley will continue to represent us in the interim of the process of the RFP. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay?
4.3, deliberation on employment, evaluation, duties, and discipline of a public officer or employee, city manager. Council, I will entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'd like to move that council appoints an ad hoc committee of 2 members of council to review such adjustments as are necessary and bring those back to council for action.
Do you have any preference on those 2 members?
I
Are
would
you
suggest-
volunteering yourself?
Yes, I will gladly volunteer myself and Councilmember Yancey as well.
Ms.
if she
Yancey,
would accept.
Ms. Yancey, would you accept?
Yes.
Sounds like here the motion is to for council, for 2 members of this council, Mayor Pro Tem Compion and Councilwoman Yancey, to work together to review the contract of the city manager for adjustments. It sounds like for benefits, is that overall adjustments?
Overall adjustments.
Very good, very good.
Sorry, just for the purposes of the minutes, we're talking about contract adjustment.
Contract adjustments, yes. Any further discussion? No, thank you, Joe. We need a second.
I'll second that.
Councilwoman Yancey seconds it. Thank you, Mr. Ross. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Item 4.4, section 551.074, deliberation on employment, evaluation, duties, and discipline of a public officer or employee, city clerk. Council, I will entertain a motion.
I don't know.
Doesn't have to have a motion at all. I will entertain a motion. Hearing none, we'll move now to adjournment. It sounds like item 4.4, council will take no action. Item 4.4, I'm sorry, item 5, adjournment. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor? Aye. We stand
Aye.
adjourned. Thank you for your patience as we finished our executive session. Now we're moving to our regular agenda for tonight. City of Lamar, City Council regular agenda of October 23rd, 2023. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamar, Texas will conduct a regular meeting on October 23rd, 2023, beginning at 6 p.m. in council chambers at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamar, Texas, as well as via video conference hosted through Zoom. In accordance with section 551.127B of the Texas Local Government Code, the presiding officer and the quorum of the Lamar City Council intend to be and will physically be present at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamar, Texas. This location will be open to the public. The meeting will be broadcast at this location on Channel 16 and via YouTube. The council will meet for the purpose of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order. Kara, would you give us a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Councilmember District A,
Present.
Councilmember District B,
Present.
Councilmember District C is not with us, and Councilmember District D.
Present,
Can you state your location for the record, please?
1109 B Bayou Road.
Thank you. And Mayor?
Present, thank you. I'd like to ask Councilwoman Yancey to lead us in our invocation tonight, and Cesar Garcia, our city manager, to lead us in our pledge of allegiance.
Dear God, we come to you on this day, thanking you for your many blessings. We pray, God, that you will forgive us of our sins, the sins that we know about and the sins that we don't know about. Father, we pray that you give us wisdom. We know that wisdom comes from you. So we ask that you give us wisdom and direction. Bless our city, bless our elders, our senior citizens, and our children. Help us to make good decisions where you will be pleased. Keep us healthy and keep us whole and keep us united as one community. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
United States of America.
of the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible.
Do you have anyone from?
We do. They just walked in the door. Perfect timing.
Are you here for Municipal Courts Week?
Yes, sir.
Welcome. Welcome, Chief.
Thank you, sir.
Oh. Office of the Mayor of the City of Lamar, proclamation, whereas the City of Lamar has hosted the Lamar Municipal Court since the 1950s, playing a significant role in preserving public safety and promoting quality of life in the city. And whereas more people come in contact with the municipal courts than all other Texas courts combined, and public oppression of the Texas judicial system is largely dependent upon the public experience in the municipal court. And whereas the Marque Municipal Court is a state court, and its judges are members of the state judiciary, meaning the procedures of the Marque Municipal Court operations are set forth in the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure and other laws of the state of Texas. And whereas the city of Lamar is committed to the notion that our legal system is based on the principle that independent, fair, and competent judiciary will interpret and apply the laws that govern us, and the judges and court personnel should comply with the law and act in a manner that promotes public confidence in the integrity and impartiality of the judiciary. And whereas the Lamar Municipal judges are not policymakers for the city of Lamar, but are bound by the law and the canons of judicial conduct, and are required to make decisions independent of the governing body of the city council, city officials, and employees. Whereas the city council recognizes that the Constitution and laws of the state of Texas contain procedural safeguards from the cases for all defendants and supporters. Milwaukee is compliant with such legal requirements. Now therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Milwaukee, Texas, that the week of November 6th, 2023 is hereby recognized as Municipal Court Week, and the City of Lamar recognized fair and impartial justice offered to our citizens by the Municipal Court of Lamar. That's the one where witness my hand at the City of Lamar is 20th day of October, 2023, Keith Bell Mayor. Let's give him a round of applause. We recognize our warrant officer, a longtime resident of Lamar, Chief Russell Washington, but I believe we have a newer employee here with us.
Yes, we do, Chief. Leslie is our new juvenile case manager, which means she'll handle a lot of our juvenile cases when we deal with students in the community. And it's her job to try to make sure we get those guys back on track and back on the road.
Very good.
If I could just mention that Ms. Leslie is a graduate of our internship program, so we're happy to have her.
They won't tell you, but the City of Lamar was the first city in our county to start the internship program. So we continue to reap those benefits.
And I said, because with the TAP program that the chief brought in, and Leslie's coming back over and working in the schools, we're bridging that gap between the police department and also the students here. And Leslie gets to come over and work hand in hand. And it's good for them to see somebody who graduated from Lamar just on last year, to see her now working for the city, and it just brings us even closer here. So we appreciate Leslie, and we thank you, we thank the city for allowing us to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good news from our internship program. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Ms. Leslie. Presentations, item 4.1, proclamation. We just did that 4.2. Brooks, Watson and Company Annual Presentation of Year-End Audit Report. Mr. Garcia.
Yes, if we could take a moment here, Mr. Mike Brooks from Brooks Watson is here to make the annual presentation. We're going to hand out copies. They'll be joined by Ms. Christine Turner as well, so we can hand those out to everybody. And we'll also share a screen for the PowerPoint. Good evening, Mayor, Council.
Good evening.
Thank you, sir. Are we ready?
Yes, we're just going to pull up the PowerPoint here shortly. on the
Okay.
screen, but you can go ahead and get started.
All right.
Mr. Brooks.
Well, good evening, everyone. As Caesar mentioned, my name is Mike Brooks, audit partner with Brooks Watson and Company, CPAs.
Closer to the mic.
Closer to the mic.
I'm sorry. My name is Mike Brooks, audit partner with Brooks Watson and Company, CPAs. And in front of you, we have just passed out the audited financial statements for the year ended September 30th of 2022. Under the front cover, I have prepared a short summary presentation. It's going to touch on some of the results of the audit, but once I finish, we can go into detail as far as you like. First, I would just like to thank the city. The audit process is not an easy process. It requires two parties to be involved. We can do our part, but we can only do so much without the participation of the city going the other direction. So I do want to give thanks there. All right, first, just going to give a brief overview of the audit process. The audit can be broken into three general phases. The first being the planning and risk assessment phase. So this is when we come out typically prior to year end. We were looking at all the significant internal controls of the city. So we're sitting down, meeting with the various departments, talking about their processes, evaluating their controls, making recommendations if we do have any, and putting together our preliminary risk assessment and audit plan. The next stage is the bulk of what we do. This is the year-end field work. So this occurs after year end. So once the city has closed the books for the year, we are coming out and auditing all material assets, liabilities, revenues, and expenditures across all funds and component units. And the final stage is the conclusion and reporting. So this is the wrap up of any findings that we did have, the providing of our adjusting journal entries to the city, the preparation of the audited financial statements, and the presentation and acceptance of those financial statements by council. Next, I just want to go over the components of your report. It is a fairly large report. First, we have the auditor's opinion, followed by the management's discussion and analysis. Then the basic financial statements, which include your government-wide fund level and notes to the financial statements. Next, we have the required supplementary information, and finally, the other supplementary information. Next is what we consider to be the most important part of the report. This is our contribution. This is our independent auditor's report. This report can have 4 possible outcomes, the best being an unmodified audit opinion and the worst being an adverse audit opinion. The city has received a clean, unmodified audit opinion. So this is the highest level of assurance that we can give that these financial statements are free of any material misstatements and all footnotes are disclosed. Next, just going to touch on several financial highlights. As of the end of the year, total citywide assets exceeded total citywide liabilities by approximately 27.9 million. The city's governmental funds reported a combined ending fund balance of 9.8 million. This was a decrease of just under 780,000. Your unassigned fund balance within your general fund totaled just under 3.2 million, which equated to 21% of your annual general fund expenditures. And the city had an overall increase in net position this year of just over 700,000. Next is a summary of your governmental activities revenues. So this is a consolidated number of all of your governmental funds on the full accrual level. It does exclude your water and sewer and sanitation funds. So this is just your general debt service, capital projects, and any special revenue funds. Total governmental revenues were just over 20 million. This was an increase of about 3.4 million from the prior year. The 3 largest being property taxes at 6,272,000. This was an slight increase of 265,000. Your total sales taxes were just under 5.2 million, an increase 266,000. And your grants and contributions totaled 3.2 million. This was the largest increase at just under 2.3 million. All right, next is a summary of your governmental activities expenses. Again, this is a consolidated number. Your total governmental expenses were 19.2 million. This was an increase of about 2.8 million from the prior year. The 3 largest being public safety expenses totaling 10 million and increased 1.1 million. Your general government expenses totaled 4.9 million and had an increase of 800,000. And your public works expenses totaled 3.1 million and had an increase of about 900,000. Next is a summary of your changes in fund balance for your governmental funds. So I do just want to point out the overall changes in each of these funds. This is a summary statement. But starting on the left-hand side with your general fund, the general fund this year did have a decrease in fund balance of about just under 2.3 million for the year. Your debt service added just over $1 million to fund balance. Your GLO Ike recovery, which is your grant fund, had a decrease of 136,000. Your capital improvements fund also had a slight decrease of about 47,000, and your non-major governmental funds, which include your smaller special revenue funds, had an overall increase of 685,000. The last number I'm going to talk about on here is your ending fund balance for your general fund. As of the end of the year, it totaled 3,466,000. Within this balance, there is an unassigned fund balance, which is all of your fund balance here is unassigned. And the city's policy is to maintain an unassigned fund balance of at least 25% of your annual general fund expenditures. The GFOA recommends about 2 months or 16 or 17% of your annual general fund expenditures. So your current balance is below the city's policy, but it is above the GFOA recommendation at 21%. So there was a slight dip this year. Last year it it was above policy and took a hit this year due to the decrease. But overall, it's not critical at this point, and you guys are still above the GFOA policy. All right. Next is the summary budget to actual for your general fund. The left-hand column is your final budgeted numbers, and the center column are your actual results for the year. The column on the right is your positive or negative budget variance. So the city did have a negative revenue variance of 5.7 million. Now this was due specifically to the way the GLO grant was budgeted. Now the city budgeted for the GLO grant to come into the general fund and then be transferred out to the GLO grant fund. The actual activity for the year did not, just went directly into the GLO grant fund. So if you will see the positive transfer budget variance almost offsets your negative revenue variance. It's a little confusing to explain, but the overall change in your budget was a budget deficit. I'm sorry, an overall negative budget variance of 1.4 million. And this was primarily due to the reduction in property taxes during the year.
Let's pause there for a minute so we can bring some clarity. The last thing you said was this was primarily due to the reduction in property tax revenue. This is 21-22. So this reduction in property tax revenue is directly attributed to a rollback.
Correct.
Okay. We just want to make sure that we're all on the same page.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Next is the statement of revenues, expenses, and changes in net position for your enterprise funds. These funds do differ from your governmental funds in that they should be self-supporting. So they should have rates that are set at a level that do fund operations, debt service, and any capital improvements. So when these funds are losing money, it's typically an indication that there's some sort of rate or operational issue that needs to be addressed. This year, the utility fund did have a significant increase in net position of 2 million. This was specifically due to GLO grant funds related to utility projects. So that there was a transfer in of 2 million for those grant funds, those grant projects, which resulted in this. But overall, both the utility and sanitation funds were in good shape. Okay. So that does conclude my summary presentation. And like I said, I'll be happy to talk about anything you like in more detail.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Brooks, who wants to start? Joe, do you want to start or do you want to wait?
If you wouldn't mind, just
Go ahead, Joe.
Mr. Brooks, clarify something for me. Yeah. On your page 5 of your financial highlights, you've got the unassigned fund balance amount at 33,296,000. And you say the 21%. But then that same figure on page 8 is 3.4 million. Please explain.
The actual number is 3.2 million. My apologies. That's a typo on page 4. Yeah.
So the correction on page 8 is 3.2 million.
Correct. Mhm.
And once again, for clarity, the city's policy is that we should strive for a fund balance of unassigned, make it clear in CPA terms, your terms, the unassigned fund balance of the 25%, or in effect, almost 90 days.
Correct.
And but what did you refer to it? The
GFOA recommendation.
okay,
Government Finance Office.
Government Finance
Mhm.
Office is a 16%.
Correct. 2 months.
Okay.
Mhm. And that's a minimum.
So 2 months.
All cities set their own.
Okay. Do you personally have any opinion as to is 25% too low? Should we strive for an increased amount? Just ideas, feedback.
I would say 25% is the most typical. So when cities we audit start getting higher than that, some get excessively high, and which is a city decision. But on average, really the most common policy is 25%.
Would you agree with me that the downside perhaps of seeking an increased fund balance is that sometimes we might get feedback from, say, our friends at the GLO or somebody, hey, you're carrying too much cash. You know, you might not have needs for all of that grant money. Is that perhaps something that might come up?
That you'd have to take up with the granting
Okay.
agency on that one. Yeah.
All right.
If it's too low, there is more significant issues than having too much. I'll say that.
Please don't ding us, Ms. Washington, but we're always good friends with the GLO. I appreciate it. Let me ask you on the note side. Well, actually, just for clarity, the annual finance report versus, there's a distinction that's being made here, right? Versus the audited report versus the finance report. Is that accurate in saying that?
When I say audited financial statements, I'm referring to the entire packet of financial statements, which includes our independent auditors report. The audit report is our summary of our opinion. So it can vary in form, but that's what I mean by auditor's report versus audited financials.
All right. I just wanted that bit of clarity there. Let me ask you, with regard to, I always go to notes, and I notice that we don't, and now this is now entering my fourth year here. We historically seem to have problems, even though it's been represented to me by previous finance directors that we would correct the deficiencies that are reflected in the notes. I see the same deficiencies repeated in this audit report. And Ms. Turner, I know you and I have spoken briefly, but what is your objective in terms of this? Particular item?
I have already diligently started resolving the findings. I've talked to different department heads, different employees, city manager. My plan is to present a corrective action plan at the December council meeting. That's to give me time to have everyone respond, have meetings with departments and things like that. So these findings that I saw, I've already started to get those rectified.
Outstanding. And part of that is you are going to be attending the required training of finance directors. I think there's a November training. I have participated in that. That's a requirement of you as the finance director of the city to participate and attend every 2 years.
Correct. City manager and I will both.
The city manager.
Mhm.
I would also, by the way, and Mr. City Manager, and I know Ms. Turner, you and I talked, I would hope that we extend that invitation to other members of council as well, too, if they so desire to attend. I think it's crucial that it really gives us, as council members, an idea of the requirements that we should be looking for from you as finance director, as well as our auditors in the future.
Yeah.
I certainly opened my eyes to the fact that our previous director was deficient in those particular areas, having only attended that session during the time she was here for only the one time. And so we don't want to make that mistake again.
No, sir, I plan to definitely stay abreast of those requirements for sure.
And another thing, and this is directed to both of you as the auditor and Ms. Turner, once again, you and I have had an opportunity to talk briefly about this. You brought this up, and I applaud you. But one of the issues that I was concerned with reviewing some of the reports was the fact that we did not have really any, we do not up until, well, we'll get into it here, but the previous finance director, and this is history, I'm not blaming any one person, but historically, in our little city of Lamar, we do some weird things sometimes. And we hope that we do better. And but one item that really disturbed me, and I was grateful for some feedback from Ms. Turner, was that on the finance director's sole authority, they could move electronically all funds without getting a verification from, say, the city manager with regard to the movement. So in an extreme case, we could have moved all of our funds to Brazil and the person absconded, and we would have been here learning about that later. And Ms. Turner, you and I talked about it. What is it that you plan to address that issue on?
I did do a preliminary draft. It's just of a simple form between ourselves and EDC, but it's just an approval when funds are going to be moved, that there's an authorization. And that means that not only do I sign off on it, but the city manager has to sign off on it, or the EDC director, if it's going between Logic and the city, or even within Logic. That's our investment platform. So,
well, it's not, and that's the other is going there. Historically, we've only used the TML, the Texas Municipal League investment platform. But in terms of good practices, and that's addressed in this training to our auditor, there are other investment pools or other opportunities out there that we should be a bit more aggressive in terms of maximizing the interest income from our dollars. And I know other cities probably do that, right? And some of your clients.
As long as it's within the public funds investment.
Exactly. Okay. Very good. Well, I'm going to look forward to reading this page by page. This is going to be, and I'll certainly have some more.
Great.
But overall, weathering everything that the city has been through in terms of rollbacks, in terms of COVID, in terms of the challenges to members of our community, losing work as a result of COVID, some people facing foreclosures. It's dynamic to see that we're, as a community during the particular period covered by this audit report, coming back in terms of sales tax revenue. That's I said the first day I was in council, our goal is to increase our sales tax, spend more dollars in Lamar, and that will help us all ultimately as well on that side. So that's all I have right now, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe.
I think that's all right.
Council, do we have a Kim?
I do have, just reading some of the findings. Thank you so much for your time on this. One of the first things that I brought to the council was our lack of substantial practices and processes. And I see that you mentioned that in one of your findings as well. I would like to find out, Cesar, how do we get back to 90 days in our fund balance, so we can go from, I'm not comfortable with 21%. So if you could give us some feedback on what we can possibly do to get back to a 90-day and above.
Well, you guys would be looking at the 2024 year.
Right.
Yeah, at this point. So it's, it's really just comes down to budgeting and the city's choices on rates and spending.
Well, can you give us some feedback on that in a report, if you don't mind?
Sure.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Joe asked some of those questions that I had regarding it, and I'm going to continue to make some notes, and I'll get back with you all on that. But thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
James? James?
I'm looking forward to looking through it all and seeing with Mr. Osteen what things we can beat up about it later. So
Thank you, James.
I do want to say this though. Some of these findings are the same findings from the last audit that we had. So we definitely need to, I don't like seeing the same thing twice. So we definitely need to go back and make sure that if they have found that, but then we need to fix that. all.
Thank you, Ms. Yancey. Mr. Brooks, Ms. Turner. In particular, Ms. Turner. The Mayor Pro Tem asked you about the movement of monies through accounts. And you said that you would be working to put in place controls.
Yes.
In the council manager form of government, what role does a council have in any of those controls?
That's a good question. I'm not quite sure about that.
I
but I
understand.
can research.
We don't have a role.
I don't, okay.
The point is for our community to understand,
Mm.
we don't have a role.
Mm.
We've never had a role. We never will have a role. And so that needs to be a point of clarification. Apparently, the previous finance administration moved money between accounts based on some sort of accounting system process procedure that this council has no knowledge of. And so I want to reiterate to you that it's important that you continue this work on establishing those controls so that our community can understand and know what those controls are. But what we do know is that none of this has any place as it relates to any purview of this council or any elected official. We do know that. I wanted to really call your attention to portion of this cover sheet. The net change in fund balances, there's a negative $2.2 million. Again, 1 million of those dollars. It sounds like you suggested to us that 1 million of those dollars was due to a rollback election. Is that what you were saying to us earlier?
Yeah, based off the original budget,
Okay.
which included the initial tax rate that was adopted. The city budgeted for more property tax revenue, which was balanced off by your expenditures. And once the refund occurred and the rollback rate was put in place, those funds weren't available. So
The other portion of that, can you help us to understand what that other portion?
we can take a look if you want to flip through the report. The summary is just a summary. So if you want to flip through, I'm going to give you a page number here, which will show you a little more specifically what's going on. On page 102. So on page 102, this is the complete budget to actual by line item. So within the revenue section at the top, you do see the various positive or negative variances. The property tax had a negative variance of about 1.2 million, which we just discussed. The other significant variance was related to the intergovernmental. This was, as I mentioned, strictly due to the accounting treatment of recording budgeting for the GLO funds within the general fund and also a transfer out. So the net effect was zero. The actual did not include the gross up of the revenue and the transfer out. So the offsetting positive variance for that negative variance of 4.3 million is actually on page 103, where the city budgeted for transfers out, which would have been an expense of 4.4 million, but had actual transfers out of just over 200,000. So that was the significant offset, which netted out to a very small number. And then the remaining variances, we have some positive, some negative, but they're all
So you're saying, Mr. Brooks, the rest of that net change is the rest of those numbers, the 4.3 million, the $111,000, all balanced against the 128,000, the 11,000, so
The
on and so
cumulative
forth.
effect of all those.
And that $4.3 million was GLO monies?
Correct.
Are those grant monies?
Yeah.
And they were put into what account?
The GLO grant fund. So it was a with.
It was a designated fund.
Mhm.
And then those monies were then transferred to,
Portion of them was transferred to the utility fund for utility assets.
okay.
That were part of that project, and the remaining were spent on the project itself within the GLO grant fund.
Is that the normal way it's supposed to work?
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, the way whether it goes into the general fund and then it gets transferred to the GLO grant fund or it goes directly into it, that's really not it's not an issue, so.
You said to us earlier that the state recommends about 60 days in unassigned funds. We historically have had at least 90 days. I guess my question to you is, are you familiar with coastal communities? And if so, B, is it more in line with a 90-day surplus for coastal communities? Are some of these communities that maybe have 60-day surpluses, are they perhaps deeper into our state?
Generally, cities do not shoot for a 60-day surplus. I will say they would be in the minority there. So the vast majority of our cities have a policy of about 25% or higher, but that's coastal or a city within the state. For your own, your geography or with natural disasters and hurricanes, and you do have risk, and that's like I said, a council decision, city decision on where to set that number.
One of your major financial highlights, you talked about the city having an overall increase in net position of $702,304. Could you speak to that for us, please?
So when I refer to net position, the financial statements do have some helpful but also confusing ways to present the numbers. They will present some funds on what's called a modified accrual basis. So it doesn't record your long-term assets and liabilities, records your short-term assets and liabilities. So your accounts payable and accounts receivable, they're going to be received within a short period of time. Net position is the equivalent of a fund balance, but on the full accrual level. So governmental accounting requires the modified accrual presentation and also a full accrual presentation where you would see the long-term capital assets, long-term debt. So these are recorded on the balance sheet of a full accrual presentation. So those do have an impact to your change in fund balance, or it would be change in net position. So those two numbers are not going to be equal. Your full accrual is going to have depreciation. It's not going to include the actual capital outlay that occurred during the year. So and your debt payments will not show up on your income statement on the full accrual level because those principal payments are reducing the debt on the balance sheet. So it's, like I said, it's a little confusing, but it's meaningful information to have.
Page 10 of your presentation. The cover sheet. I'm sorry. Cesar, I need you to help me on this one, because there's been a lot of talk about our water and utility rates and our sanitation rates. Page 10, Mr. Brooks, says that in fiscal year 2021-2022, that our total operating revenues were $6.8 million. It says that our total operating expenses were $6.6 million, which means we actually made money off of that service that fiscal year. And the same thing is happening in our sanitation, 2.8 million of revenue versus 2.7 million of expenses. Here's my question. And again, see, I'm just trying to get clarity. We have been told as a council that we have been running deficits in our water and sewer enterprise fund for years, and those deficits have been being mitigated by other means, by fund balances and things of that nature. But here you're suggesting that in fiscal year 2021, 2022, we actually had surplus in revenues. Who's, help me to understand, Joe, because I'm
Mayor,
trying to
if I-
get clarity.
Maybe I'd like to lend some because this
Please
is
do,
a
please do.
special topic, right?
Mhm.
In past years, all our utility and it was all grouped together because it was paid for out of the general fund. We were covering the expenses out of the general fund. And with the new city manager and the efforts that we've made to study their water losses and things of this nature, we've made the effort then to now develop, although we formally haven't adopted a utility enterprise fund, but for accounting purposes, we're now, as a result of the rate increases, now tracking income that we're collecting from the utility, which is the water and the drainage. Yes, and then the sewer, water and the sewer, and then the sanitation is our contract with waste management. That's the distinction, Mayor. It hadn't been carried as a separate category like we have the clarity here.
So now, so that we can be clear, was there in very basic terms, Caesar, were we running a deficit all of those years? Or were we not running a deficit?
Yes, Mayor. If you look at, and Mr. Brooks, if you could help me with that specific line, you could go to where it shows the -410,775. One large part has to do with operating and how things were operated. If you remember, for a while, we weren't filling certain positions. We were doing that on purpose to make sure we did not spend more than the actual amount. The need was there for us to be able to fully staff our actual departments to make sure that we had the funds in order to do so. But Mr. Brooks, could you talk specifically about the 410,775, which looks like it brings the utility side a little bit lower? Could you express that?
So within this statement, we have the operating income, and then we have, in addition, non-operating revenues and expenditures. It's presented as a net decrease of 410,000 here. So this would be primarily interest expense on your long-term debt. So although the city did run an operating surplus of 164,000, there was also an expense reduced from that, which had a overall net decrease in that position prior to any transfers in of 246,000.
And where did that $246,000 come from?
It would have come from your
General fund?
well, probably just your surplus.
Surplus.
Mhm. If it got too low, then it would need to come from another fund if rates weren't adjusted in time.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure that we were on the same page.
Certainly.
That's all I have. Council, do we have any other questions?
Mayor,
I
for
just
a minute,
have a
I
comment.
do have, as I'm listening. And I think this council, we're gonna have to maybe come back on this stuff. Certainly, Ms. Turner, I want to make sure that we do follow through. You know, we have as this is part of something new in terms of these notes. So, but apparently the city does not have a current accounting of total unpaid assessments or amounts owed to the developers. And of course, your recommendation is that we work with a third-party tax assessor collector to create an up-to-date accounting of all unpaid special assessments and developer liabilities. As we grow as a city in terms of our new housing, I think this is going to be particularly important, Mayor and council members, that we make sure that we're sending our money that we collect to the proper entities, whether they be HOAs or other special taxing districts that we have within the city. That's number one. Number two, it's very surprising here that I see, and I don't know, I think Mr. City Manager, if you could, might be your area, but and our new HR person as well too. I do see this notation that we were not following. It says the city's employee policy allows personnel to accrue vacation time up to a maximum determined by their years of service. And the city's payroll system reflected some employees accrued vacation time greater than what was allowed by the city's personnel policy. For instance, employees with less than 1 year of service do not accrue any vacation time according to the city's personnel policy. However, the city system reflected that such employees did accrue time. So that's an area that we will have to, resolve. Let's hopefully we're fair about it as well too.
One thing, Mayor Pro Tem, the 1 year, I think that's a typo. It should be 6 months.
Oh, it's 6 months?
Mhm.
Okay. With less than 6 months of service, you're saying?
Yeah.
That makes more sense, actually.
Mhm.
6 months. I was surprised to see 1 year. Yeah, usually you do accrue some vacation time after a year of service if you make it after that year.
Right.
Certainly.
Yeah, so that does make sense. Just please confirm that.
Will do. Mayor, if I can,
Yes, sir, go ahead.
just to note, for the sake of the 21%, that was mentioned, that's roughly 76 or close to 77 days, roughly 13 below what our goal has always been of 90 days. And we've already started meeting as a team as to how we're going to get there. So I just want to make everybody aware as to what that 21% related to, as to how far we are from our goal, roughly 13.35 away from our goal. So less than 2 weeks away from our goal of 90 days. Okay, thank you.
And then two other items. Mr. Brooks, and I've seen this with other cities, and I've asked this previously, but I've never gotten any response, is when we calculate the value of me or a company or things of that nature, I also have my inventory. What is it that I own? Is it property? What are my assets? And I have yet to see in my term on council a list of the assets of this city. What do we as residents and taxpayers own in this city? What does the city of Lamar own? And I don't know how we get there, but I think that that's something that we should have. And having said that, this financial report, as I'm just looking over, is actually a cut down version, because past financial reports were far more extensive. And once again, it's not I don't know why, but it listed the highest taxpayers in the city, the highest employers, entities, things of that nature. And to some extent, it did touch upon some assets. How many stoplights do we have in the city of Lamar? Things of that nature. So I am curious to know why those sections are not in here.
The decision was made by the city to, and what you're referring to is what's called an annual comprehensive financial report. And
Yes.
That's what was issued in last year and in past years for some period of time. I'm not sure how far back. But due to the length of time that the audit was taking and in an effort to expedite that process, there's a lot of information gathering on the city side that needs to be completed to be able to have the comprehensive portion of the report included. So that was decided to be cut.
So is that something we're going to take up again?
That's something that we plan on having for this next year. We've already, we're ready to sign the engagement letter. It's one of the items that we have on the manager report tonight, because we want to hurry up and get started on this next audit right away. And that will be a portion of this next audit.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Brooks, going back to that, this findings, Says we recommend that the city work with the third-party tax assessor collector to create an up-to-date accounting of all unpaid special assessments and developer liabilities. But it speaks in number 5 about Public Improvement District number 1. Is that a recommendation that is specific to that public improvement district, or are you saying in general?
In general, all public, yeah, in all phases within those, within that district.
Also, Ms. Turner, number 2 in these findings, cash management. The city should implement a policy where all individual cash balances are reported to council and monitored regularly. Is that something that you will in fact be responding to?
Yes.
So,
I know in the past, and we presently do, we have a contractor, Tangela, I don't know how to pronounce her first name, but it's Tan Beatty. She is working with myself and another staff member. She's actually getting caught up on the reconciliations. We're currently, I think she's starting, she's finishing up July. Now, I retained her because I wanted her to continue with the bank reconciliation process so that we can begin to turn that over to the auditors, because we can't start an audit unless we have cash straight. So the plan is for her to actually train me and my accountant too on how to do the bank reconciliations so that we don't have to continue to have an outside source doing that for the city.
okay. Will this also lead to a monthly report that can be viewed by our community, by our residents? in some
Absolutely,
form?
that's the goal,
Okay.
because they see nothing now.
Okay.
We see nothing now.
They see nothing.
Not even-
So, mhm.
So Mr. Mayor, I ask you,
Go ahead, Jim.
I know it's not your, but Mr. What did our past finance director was doing? What are, I asked this before, but I guess I'm old enough now to say I'm not going to be diplomatic. What the heck was going on? I had asked for monthly reports and stuff. They weren't, this is, I know, Ms. Turner, in the discussion we had, what we have to do. And so, and I think that some of these reports are going to be forthcoming even for the next meeting as well, too, as I understand. So, but thank you both, at least for me, in terms of lending clarity to some things that have been missing for a while.
If there is nothing further, thank you, Mr. Brooks. Thank you, Ms. Turner. This is our first glance at this audit. So I'm sure we'll have more questions in the future. But thank you all for your presentation and for your time tonight.
I do want to just
Yes, sir.
remind everyone
Yes,
here
sir.
that I do work for council. So I answer to council. So if you have questions, please feel free. If you don't have my contact information, I'd be happy to give it to you.
Thank you, sir.
Mhm.
Thank you. 4.3, item 4.3, Safe City, Lamar Safe City Initiative update. Chief Oregon will provide an update on the Lamar Safe City Initiative. Thank you, Chief. Chief, I believe you might need to sit. The microphone is, there you go. Thank you.
Chief, is Dr. Davenport joining you?
Sir?
Is that Dr. Davenport joining you
Yeah,
up here?
Dr. Devil.
Welcome, Dr. Davenport. At some point, we're going to need your full name. Either one of those microphones will suffice. Thank you. Welcome.
Mayor, council members, city manager. This is the third actual update for the mayor's Lamar Safe City Initiative. First one was provided on 10/10/2022, March of 23 was the second one. This is the third one. Obviously, this initiative was kicked off and approved by the council in February 3rd of 2022. I don't need to go over the entire Lamar Safe City Initiative. I'm just going to go over the actual update to this point. You should see it in red. It's the second red item. You're going to display that copy? You're gonna put that up there, or the actual Lamar Safe City Initiative
Yes, sir.
document.
The PowerPoint's up there. Did you want the PowerPoint? That's
No,
what we
I want the actual Lamar Safe City Initiative first. Then I'll cover the PowerPoint. Okay. Thank you, Carl. Okay,
He's doing.
in red, like for the first one, reintroducing community policing. The status says of 10-1, we have 8 community watch neighborhoods, way beyond our goals. B, we're going to ComStat program, computerized statistics. We've had 18 briefings. There's one a month. Some of the council members have attended. And we talk about what's going on in each district and what the sergeants are doing about it, because I want them to solve problems. So everybody's responsible for crime reduction other than me. Everybody's working on that. The gang unit C, we have now 3. 3 was the goal. We actually have 4. My gang chief is in the back, Lieutenant Gandy. He's advised me that we really have 2 key gangs, the Crips and the Bloods. If there's any questions about that, he's the man with the plan on that. He's my subject matter expert. And we go to the conferences every year and we make sure we understand what's going on. So we've got a handle on that. Go in the next page, the status of the crime analysts. You know, we lost attorney Eric Robichaud, and we put in for a grant. And I don't want to steal the thunder from the city manager, but we got good news for you coming up later on that. And we actually, we got an exceptionally great grant, no match. I mean, I fell out of my chair when I got the news on that. And I think Caesar did too. But the thing is, we got a $300,000 grant. And I'm gonna tell you something, council members. There were
Steve, you said you were gonna
520
save it.
Sir, I'm sorry, what? I missed that.
No, Chief, good job.
I mean, you don't get a $300,000 grant, no match. When she told me that, I thought Alice was kidding me, but anyway, she wasn't. 545 applications, 545 nationally, 37 got it. We were one of them,
Good
and we're the
deal.
only one in the whole state.
Wow.
So,
Good deal.
and you beat that. By the way, there's 1,221 cities in the state. We really did
Good
well.
job, Chief.
Outstanding.
Good job.
So we'll be able to hire a crime analyst and fully funded, and we're going to give money to the Resource Crisis Center, which we promised about $5,000 a year, and they fell out of the chair too when they heard that. But anyway, moving on, matriculating into the Texas Recognition Program. We're working on that. The vision is to, actually matriculate into the program the first quarter of 2025. We're working diligently on that. Council, you wouldn't believe the work we're having to do to get that done. So I know you're proud of that. Going down the bottom, the Safe City Initiative, we're actually, well, I'm doing it right now. So let's go to page 3. We got a hiring grant for $750,000. Another amazing thing that happened in October of 2022 to hire 6 officers, which have done well. We've hired the 6 officers. We just need to keep that thing going. Goal number 4, lighting. This, when I was interim city manager, we worked on that. Caesar's taking that on, and we're doing really good on that. The police are reporting lights out. Rick's loving that. We'll continue to do that. And in fact, recently, Caesar and I talked, when we report one, we're checking on that and letting him know what the status is so that it just doesn't die on the vine. Goal number 5, the social worker. this is a goal in progress. This is a social worker for internally for the police to have somebody to help them. And the union's working on that. That was brought out during union negotiations. But you got good news for something coming up in a minute. You see Councilwoman Yancey and then Councilman McCullough, they were really concerned about having the help for mental health and family violence and sexual assault and human trafficking. Well, good news. We've struck an agreement with MOUs with the Resource Crisis Center and the Galveston County Gulf Coast Center. We've got people coming in, as you read there, to help us physically to come to the PD, and they're staying there, like sitting there outside my office to help the officers on mental health and in the community, family violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking. It's incredible. I must thank Gulf Coast Center and the RCC. So we achieved what you all asked for. Moving down, the crime rates are doing well. I'm really pleased. We're going to talk about that in a minute. I'm going to have Dr. Davenport cover that. Crime rates down, as you could see. We're doing really good on that, and we need to sustain that. And we're going to tell you the reasons why it's so hard to sustain. I could have 150 officers, and it still would be high if we didn't have a fix in other areas of our socioeconomic and educational systems. So that's something that's out of our control. So with that, that's the overview of the Lamar Safe City Initiative. Mayor, I know that hopefully you're pleased with what we're doing. We'll give you an update whenever you ask for it again.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chief. Would you like to introduce Dr. Davenport, her role, and so that she can segue into some of her analysis?
Dr. Davenport, she's got her PhD recently, and she's amazing. She's an intern. I've screened her, and she's free right now. But anyway, she's definitely helping us out a whole bunch. And I must say, she's amazing. She got a master's degree in criminology and everything we could ask for. So Dr. Davenport, I'm going to let you cover real briefly the PowerPoint and explain the summary, okay?
And Dr. Davenport, give us your full name and certainly your credentials for the record so that our community can be familiar with who you are.
Okay, my name is Dr. Shannon A. Davenport. I have my PhD in juvenile justice, special emphasis on school law enforcement officers. My master's is in criminology, bachelor's in psychology. I also have worked with law enforcement officers interning with the TAPS program. So I was kind of excited to see the gentleman up here when you gave that to that young lady. So that was exciting to see because I've worked with TAPS Academy since 2013. So I've been a part of that movement and initiative for a long time as well. So I have some background working with law enforcement officers, and I have the school knowledge behind me with a PhD. So
yes, ma'am.
Yes. And I guess.
By the way, she put together this PowerPoint based on myself and the city manager's recommendation. So she's magic. Go ahead.
Just to briefly cover, we looked at the top 5 safest cities in the state of Texas, and these are the 13 causes and origins of crime. As you see, we are with law enforcement number 11 and number 10. However, you can see that there are other factors that contribute to crime, such as economic conditions, median income, poverty level, job availability, education, and therefore, so when you look at the causes of crime, you have to also consider these factors as well that needs to be addressed. Just to give you an overview of the 5 safest cities, you have Fair Oak Ranch, Lockhart. These are just some of the numbers that contributes to each city, and Cibolo, Helotes, and if I'm not mistaken, I should know these by heart because I've seen the names. You have them compared to the city of Lamar. So as you can see, just looking at these 2 cities, the percentage of residents living in poverty was 4.8% in comparison to Lamar at a 14% rate. So that's a big number and gap in between the poverty rate and level on why you have Schertz as one of the cities, one of the safest 5 cities in the state of Texas in comparison to Lamar. Oh, sure. Go ahead.
By the way, Mayor Pro Tem sent us those 5 cities. He keeps up with that. And we just want to show you exactly what is a factor in causing crime. It's the one we just got from Mayor Pro Tem. This one. Go ahead.
Okay, this is just a brief diagram or overview of the violent crime rate, property crime rate, and some of the factors that contribute to crime. So you see population, you see the median property value, poverty rate, educational level, and unemployment rate. So these are just some of the factors in comparison to the city of Lamar, just to show you guys how they measure up. And then we also looked at the neighboring cities, which would be Dickinson, Galveston, Hitchcock, League City, just to show how those numbers match up to Lamar as well. So when you look at these different factors, you get a general baseline of the 5 safest cities in comparison to where the neighboring cities, those numbers. And it kind of helps you guys as a city, we all can gauge where we are starting from and what needs to be implemented for improvement to get to that 5 safest city list. And these are just a breakdown of just the demographics of how the 5 safest cities compare to the neighboring cities of around Lamar. So you get to see the 5 safest cities where we also look at Lamar in that comparison. And on the right side, you get to see the neighboring cities as well as the comparison to Lamar. You get to just see how they fare out. And this is just education level. Now, the education level was based on a bachelor's degree and higher, just to give you guys some insight on how that was measured. And it just goes to show you how you have League City at 47% with individuals who hold either a bachelor's degree or higher. This is the median household income. You get to see how that fares up, each city fare against Lamar, and just a general overview of each of the cities. Yes.
One more time. Median household income is more accurate than actual average income, because what it means basically median household income, 50% of the city is more than that and 50% of the city is less than that. They use that more accurately. So I really stay away from average household income. Okay.
Okay. And these are just the neighboring cities and the median property value, just to give you some insight on how that measure up with just the property value within each city. This is the poverty rate, so you get to see those numbers as well. Just to give you guys some insight, I'm sure you're aware of this, but the state of Texas is 14%, so you get to measure that based on how the cities measure up as well. The state of Texas, so yeah. And just the unemployment rate, so you can see how that has a factor and plays a role in whether or not individuals will participate in crime. And these are just some of the efforts, just to give you guys some insight. It's a collaborative effort where there are different measures that needs to be taken on a supportive level, just to kind of address those other factors that are out of the law enforcement hand. And these are just some of the references that contributed to the overall numbers.
May I interject?
Sure, go ahead, sir.
This goes along the lines of all the things that we've been bringing to you back and forth. It's not only part of the Safe City Initiative. So just as Alex talks about EDC and economic development being a team sport, public safety is a team sport. It's on all of us to report. It's on all of us to work together. It's on the TAPS program, on our education system. All of these things are factors, and the things that we can control, we as in non-public safety officers, is try to address some of those other things. And that's what a lot of these efforts are aimed towards. Hence, strengthening our relationship with our education system and working on some of those other factors as far as poverty, removing blight from the city, working on the streetlights, whatever the rest of us can do that are not public safety. That's how we play our role. Reporting things when they happen, reporting things when they happen, reporting things when they happen, continuing to do so, and working with, you see something, say something, so we can continue bringing our crime down and making sure that our public safety also continues to be a team effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Caesar. Does anyone have any questions for Dr. Davenport or for Chief Argon as it relates to this report?
I really, really like this report because it gives us direction, right? And I love comparables.
Yeah.
To compare and contrast and kind of let you see where you need to work. I am absolutely excited because I remember where we were 2.5 years ago and where we were trying to get to, right. And to see those stats and to see what partners we need to work with to try to bring down the unemployment rate, which goes right into the hands with the mayor's business initiative to try to, when you look at the home ownership, that was an issue as well. Some things that, and it lets the police know too, as well, what partners they need to get with to solve some of the issues. I always say people don't steal unless they're trying to survive,
Right.
for the most part,
Yeah.
you know, so So I really like that. I think we need to memorialize that. Thanks, Councilman Joe, for that, because if you want to be the safest city in Texas, you have to know who is
Right.
the
Yes,
safest city
definitely.
and do some compare and contrast and see how we can go. So thank you so much for that level of effort and bringing other partners with the credentials that can give us what we need to be able to make some solid decisions.
Any more questions?
This is not a question. This is a next step.
Yes, sir.
So thank you for taking that information, from city data, which I look at a lot. A lot of realtors look at it a lot too, by the way, because it usually updates most quickly. Next step is we need to get our promotions, our writers, put out a story about this. This is newsworthy, right? It also, I hope you sent this to the city data people. Look, we took your information and you left out a city that is that needs to be on that list, right? So those are the next steps I ask you to do. And I'd like to get a printout because I want to show this to a lot of people, right?
And you know,
printouts here.
Mayor Pro Tem, the reason why we're getting these grants, I mean, this is one thing is because of what we just said.
I know that. That's why I'm sending you. That's how we get. That's what we show. When we show,
Right.
And Melissa, Ms. Washington will tell you this too. When we have disasters, money is directed toward
Right.
communities with the greatest need in
Right.
terms of the poverty
Right.
level, or these are all factors. And certainly there are factors in some of the grants that we've already received. So we have to have this information
Yes, sir.
directly available to us. Thanks.
So you don't realize what's kind of adding to supplement what Caesar said. Everything he said is perfect, but the thing is, the bottom line is, and I had written out what Caesar said it really, is we are really behind the 8 ball on a lot of things, and we're doing it with police and law enforcement, but 11 reasons are beyond us.
Yeah.
So we
Yeah.
really need to improve the poverty, unemployment, education, all those other factors. And we're getting there with everything you're all doing. But this is to sustain what we're trying to do to keep the rate down. We've got to have help.
As a community, we keep
I just
shooting
thought
for
of
the
this.
moon.
Yeah.
That you said, but I do have this is a question. The gangs part, Crips and Bloods.
Right, in that order.
I thought that was like from West Side Story, way back. They still around?
They're around, believe me. But you know, they might be, low level, not like, West Side Story stuff, but they're there. And that's why we're sending them to the conference. So when they're at these conferences with the 4 officers, they're learning every secret, everything that we can, and we got to keep it up. And Lieutenant Gandy's been heading that, and we're doing a good job at it. But a lot of cities just, say, oh, that's a name, but it's not. They do activities, even though they're not, West Side Story stuff.
So this unfortunate young man that was killed over at the Whataburger, was that gang related? Possible. Okay.
Let me tell you, that was amazing work too, performed on that Whataburger case. I'm real proud of my people.
Great work,
Mhm.
Chief and Mr. Davenport, certainly. I'm excited about the 4 trained gang officers. Certainly the 6 new officers that we've been granted.
Yes, sir.
Excited about the grant for future crime analyst.
For sure.
Did have a question about the presentation. I believe you said, Chief Argon, that the median household income is the most accurate predictor of potential crime.
When you talk about income, for a lot of people wonder why we don't use average household income, because they say median household income is more accurate because it determines 50%, whatever the number is. Let's say it's 26,000 for the median household income. That means half of the city is making more than that, and half of the city is making less than that.
Is that the most accurate out of all of these numbers? Is
No.
that the most accurate predictor of crime? That's the question.
I would
It's
say,
not.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's a combination, but when you look at it, if you have to break it down by factors, you will look at the reason why I put education level for bachelor's and above, because it would help understand that these individuals are more likely to be employable. So if you're employed, then you won't have the unemployment rate, which would then lead to the poverty rate. So it's almost like a trickle down effect. So education key is also it correlates with the median income. You have such a level of education where it leads to you being able to have a certain amount of income. And then with the income, you won't have the unemployment rate where it will lead to poverty, where then it will lead the individual to participate in crime because they don't have the means to support themselves.
So it starts with education.
Education
Now,
is key, yes.
As it relates to this discussion
Mhm.
and our opportunities as a municipality, because in Texas, we don't necessarily have any direct impact
Right,
on our education,
yeah.
the quality of our education. But from a municipal standpoint, we do control economic development.
Mhm.
So could you speak then to how we as a council might be able to impact this crime rate through economic development?
Well, with that, then the component of education wouldn't be a factor then, because then you would be providing resources in other departments or in other areas. So therefore, as long as the individual have an opportunity to be able to sustain themselves and have an opportunity to be able to live comfortably, then they won't engage in crime. Education is a key component. It just shows you how it plays a role in the level of income and also whether or not a person can be employable or unemployed that leads to poverty. However, in the case of that, with what you're saying, the initiative of this means that they're given other opportunities to be able to sustain such a living where it's stability. They won't have that strain. The strain is what causes individuals to partake in crime. The strain then in that case would be geared towards them being able to have that opportunity. So it alleviates that.
So if we were to look at this from
Mhm.
from an opportunity standpoint, we would be able to derive from the information that you've given us that we would probably be better suited as a council and a community to attract employment opportunities that are more in line with trade.
Mhm. Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, exactly.
Trade
Because you got to
schools.
think about it. You can provide them with opportunity for education. It doesn't mean an individual is going to actually sign up, go to school and attend class. That doesn't, so you have to have the individual, the willingness of them to want to be able to better themselves. So education, yes, is key. However, if you were to look at the other standpoint of opportunities, that's even better because education is just a key component. You don't have to be educated to make a certain income. It just correlates with it in certain regards. However, if an opportunity is presented, as you stated, with trades, jobs, then individuals are able to partake in that and then sustain a certain type of living, meaning that alleviates the strain from where they won't have that in their household to have to then find other means of being able to live or just,
Yeah,
so just stability, period.
thank you.
Mhm.
One more, Joe, before you jump back in. Chief, I have noticed that the majority of the shootings in and around the middle county, right? Texas City, Hitchcock, and Lamar, a lot of them occur after hours. And they tend to occur in places where people conjugate after hours, right? At the local bar or the local Whataburger. What can we do as a police department or as a council to give you guys more of an opportunity to hold these business owners more accountable when they find themselves overwhelmed and overloaded at 2:00 in the morning after the night entertainment has ended? What can we do to help them to first stop these shootings and all of these other activities that they have going on there, but also support them and to deter those types of behaviors?
Good question, Mayor. Patrolling, preventive patrol is the magic bullet for a lot of those situations. And we do that as much as we can with the numbers we have. But I just mentioned this, the Whataburger case, it occurred just before midnight, and there was no one in the business, but the workers and the people there were 4 people. They are sitting down, and 2 people walk in, it was empty. So that was
It was before the end of the,
right. There was no
Okay.
one inside. I thought the thing would be booming and people, exploding with people, but there was nothing there. Maybe that's why they came in and did what they did. But the thing is, the magic bullet to things that happen at night is preventive patrol, and we're doing that as much as we can. Officers are out there, believe me.
is there an opportunity to, if need be, bolster our patrols during peak hours?
We do that on key days, such as big holidays. We do that. We add more people to the shift, but we are doing preventive patrols. And, when you see a police officer, people don't want to get engaged in criminality. So that's the answer, really. But that one case, which just happened, that's really the only bad shooting we've had where people were injured. There was no one in there. And it surprised me. I thought it'd be booming when I looked at the video. It was 4 people sitting there, and it was all empty, except for the employees.
Okay. Thanks, Chief. Any further questions for Chief Aragon or Dr. Davenport?
Mary, just wanted to tag along your question on the educational.
Mhm.
Just to remind all members of our community, we're fortunate to live in Lamar.
Yes.
We're fortunate to live in Texas City, within the Texas City Independent School District, which includes Lamar, because when you graduate from any of our schools, you can get to College of the Mainland at no charge. Young people take advantage of that. I had to actually go study to get rid of my scholarships, right? But you graduate.
Yeah.
And you can start that road. Junior college didn't exist when I got my degrees, and I wish it had. But use that, start that, and there are wonderful programs out there.
Very true.
Very good. Any further questions? Hearing none, we want to thank you, Chief, and Dr. Davenport, for your report. We look forward to our next update. Should be within the next quarter, Chief. Doing great things.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Item 5, citizens' participation limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments from the public will be heard at this time. Any person with city-related business who is signed up may speak to council, limited to 3 minutes. If you're wishing to speak, give the mayor or the presiding officer your full legal name, item you wish to speak about. Compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, the city may not deliberate on comments. Personal attacks will not be allowed, and personnel matters should be addressed to the city manager during normal business hours. Press *6 to mute and unmute yourself if you're participating via telephone. If you're participating via Zoom, on a smartphone, tablet, or computer, there should be a microphone icon in the lower portion of your screen. You may press it to mute and unmute yourself. If you are here with us in person, you may approach the podium, the center aisle, give your name, your address, and you will be heard. Gus reminded us on last meeting that as we address the council, let's remember to address the council as one body. First and foremost, and everything else should work out accordingly. We will listen to Gus and take direction as it relates to any personal attacks or anything of that nature. Now, we are at citizens' participation. Mrs. Cassandra Lafferty. Welcome, Miss Cassandra. Name and address for the record, please.
Cassandra Lafferty, 1302 Ross. Can you hear me a little bit better?
Ma'am?
Can you hear me a little bit better?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
perfect. I've come up to the city council. This is my 3rd meeting about the same issue. I came up here 2 weeks ago about my water issue that the adjustment was 30.86%. We didn't know where that percentage came from. I was supposed to get a call back from the city manager or from my district council or from a city employee in general. Nobody called me back. I have not heard from anyone since then. I do have something that I would like to read, but I just, we line ourselves on integrity and making good decisions. And I think that not calling somebody back when they're dealing with an issue and they're struggling to get that adjustment is lack of that. So this is what I would like to say. Lamar City Council, I am writing to address an issue considering my water adjustment. In our city, that not only affects me personally, but it can potentially impact the entire community. I believe that our city council plays a critical role in ensuring transparency, fairness, and equal opportunity access to essential services like water and such adjustments. Recently, I found myself in a situation where I was struggling to get my bill adjusted due to a leak. To my surprise, a very kind-hearted stranger stepped in and paid my entire water bill. Did anybody from the city of Lamar even address or consider or offer me any solutions to that water bill? It started at $357, and then you in turn told me that it was $227. I did not hear from anyone. 3 days after I attended my last city council meeting, a gentleman called me up and said, I would like to pay your water bill. What's your address? I told him no, that I would like to still wait for the city's response. And by that time, a few days later, he told me, he called me again and asked me for my address, which I responded, and he paid the entire thing. While I am deeply grateful for his act of gratitude, it raised some important questions about our city's water process. I kindly request that the city council initiate an investigation into water bill adjustments made over the last couple of years. Such an investigation is not just about my case, but concerns for fairness and transparency of the system for every water paying family in our community. It is essential that all adjustments are made and consistently in fairness. Furthermore, I propose that the city establish a clear written guideline for water adjustments. I went to the city this afternoon and asked for a copy of the last 6 months of my bill, any terms and conditions or any policy on the water adjustment. At first, the lady asked me why I wanted it. I responded with, it should not be a concern about why I wanted it.
Finish, Ms. Lafferty. Go ahead. Finish
It should not be a concern about why I wanted it. And she told me that I asked her if she was refusing to give it to me, and she told me no. And then she told me she would no longer help me. So I had to go to another person who in turn told me that her supervisor told her that she could not provide me with those 6 months of water bills. And then she in turn told me that there was no written policy for the terms and conditions of an agreement, and there was no written policy for the water adjustments. This is a concern. I do see that it is on our agenda this evening, and that's great. But I do think that in my line of business, when there's not a clear policy and there's not a clear cut case, then this gentleman who should not have ever paid my water bill, this should have been taken care of by the city between us. And I just think, and what's really upsetting about the situation.
If I may, I mean,
You
you did say finish your sentence, and it's been a while longer.
Ms. Lafferty, let me say this to you. Certainly from this council to you, we are sorry for all of the frustration that you've been caused by this issue. Mr. Garcia is here today. I believe he was out of town last meeting, and so he's the only person we can actually direct to help you.
I understand.
So he's here tonight. Caesar, would you please help her tonight?
I've spoken with him twice about this issue. And so.
Yes, ma'am. If you're willing to wait, we can visit after, but I can't. I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. We're so sorry. We'll get this handled as soon as we possibly can. Thank you. I did forget, however, Kyle, to ask if there are any persons online. I'm so sorry. Are there any persons online wishing to speak?
Yes.
Name and address, and you are welcome.
Joseph Lowry, Cedar Drive.
Welcome, Joseph.
I wanted to bring up a couple different things. One thing I want to bring up is if a citizen lies to law enforcement, they can go to jail. But if law enforcement lies to the citizens, they get praised in council meetings. The skewing of the statistics to adjust the crime rates to give the appearance of crime being down is not a good thing to do. I don't think it's ethical. I don't think it's moral, and I think it needs to stop. I think the citizens deserve the truth. Also, when it comes to a routine audit, this is a routine audit done by every city, even our all the way up to commissioners courts and everything else. This is not a forensic audit. For the citizens to know, again, this is not a forensic audit. And also the auditors can only audit what material is given to them. So if they don't have something, they can't audit it. The last thing I'd like to speak about is the famous body cam footage that was released. There's some explaining to do. I believe in that. And the fact that our city has spent thousands and thousands of dollars lying to the taxpayers about that as well is quite frustrating.
Joseph, just a minute. Hold his time, Kyle, please.
Yeah, hold my time, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, we are, so you don't need to worry about that. But Joseph, just generally, you need to refrain from personal attacks, and those are going to just be.
This isn't a personal attack, and if you don't interrupt me when I speak,
Joseph,
I can
please listen to the
finish.
attorney.
I
You
can
will have all
finish.
your, Joseph, you will have all your time, I promise you, sir. But we need to
Okay,
listen
well,
to the attorney.
Yeah,
Where's the personal attack? Can you
Joseph,
explain?
Joseph, I really need you to listen to the attorney. He's advising us. I am presiding. He's trying to give us some information. You will have all of your time, sir.
Okay, well, there was no personal attack.
Joseph.
Joseph, you cannot, he's already made a recommendation, Joseph. Please just proceed. All of your time that you have remaining is available to you.
And please don't interrupt me anymore because it makes me lose my train of thought. So this is my time to exercise my First Amendment right, and I'm going to do that. Now, as I was saying, this body cam was blocked by the city for months and months and months. The city spent thousands upon thousands of dollars hiding that from the taxpayers because of the content. Our district attorney's office clearly said in his press release, there was no legal basis whatsoever for that body cam footage to not be released. Not only did the city hide that one from us, but they hid all three of the body cams from that night. We are paying Olson and Olson's an ungodly amount of money for a very, very deceptive performance. And it's got to end. It's not fair to the taxpayers. The skew in the crime statistics, that's got to end.
If I may, Mayor.
You may.
Okay. So the issue with the personal attacks is just the blatant ad hominem with no basis or with no evidence behind it. When
Go to Lowry's News Network where I received over
Joseph, we're not gonna, we cannot allow this. You have
Go to
been
Lowry's
advised-
News Network.
Joseph,
you can
you've been advised several times. Let's move on. Thank you, Joseph.
Hey, you don't like it, do you?
Okay. All right.
Can't
Richard,
handle the truth.
let's move on. Richard Holcomb. Richard Holcomb. Robert Mitchell. Welcome, Robert. Name and address for the record.
Robert Mitchell, 24 North Curlew. Once again, we'll have a TERS meeting on Thursday, but we do not have the TERS presentation on the agenda for the council meeting. Again, don't know why. I'm looking that direction. The other thing I wanted, in the past, when we had bids go out for the city, when I was on council with you, council always got a list in their packets of the different bids. And if there were multiple, we'd get to see the ones that all bid on it, not just the winning bid. So we saw the comparisons of them. You say you like comparison, but we saw all the bids. Now, under state law, you don't have to take the lowest bid as long as it's within 10% of the lowest bid. And sometimes there's reasons for doing that. Just depends. Well, if there's only two bidders and, the other guy's got a bad record on some things, we get that. But we're not seeing that. We're not seeing all those bids. And that's something that needs to be brought back. so that the public can see it. Because just as a 10%, if it's a $3 million bid, that's $300,000 difference. That's a lot. The other thing I want to say is that I'm glad it came out in the audit, but I have to disagree with the statements that were made about responsibilities. This council and every council has the duty to sign off on and approve these fund transfers from one fund to another. We've always done it in the past. And for a statement to be made that we don't have as council, you don't have that authority. Oh, no, sir. You do. It is your responsibility. That's your job. And when there is large amounts, it's supposed to be 25,000, but when you're transferring, those things have shown up on the past on your own agendas where you blanket several transfers and approved them. Okay, but it needs to be approved. Otherwise, who knows what's going on or where the money is going or where it's being from one bucket to another. It is the responsibility of the council. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Point of information,
Please do.
council has no administrative duties. That's been proven. Rashard Loftus, welcome, Rashard. Name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Rashard Loftus, 309 Johnson Street. I mentioned before some council meetings in the past about equal pay for certain staff members. It's been brought to my attention that a lot of our staff is underpaid severely. And that's a problem when it comes to retaining staff. We all know that we lost a lot of people because of the rollback and perhaps because they found higher pay in neighboring cities. We lost good employees that went and got $5, $6, $7 more an hour because they couldn't get it here. And few of these individuals actually live in Lamar. So we need to take a look at why we're letting good employees go, especially those that actually live here. There's a job posting right now in the city for, I believe, a wastewater position listed at $20 an hour and some change. And then I find out that there's an employee who has 2 certifications for that same position, making $16 an hour. So somebody got some explaining to do why we would make a post, a job posting at $20 an hour. Yeah, we got an employee that's here already with 2 certifications, making $16 an hour. Don't make sense to me. Y'all need to take a look at the pay for people that actually deserve it and that's qualified to get it, because that's a $4 difference right there to me for a qualified individual, and you want to hire somebody else. Don't make sense.
Thank you, Mr. Loftus. Pamela Mahan. Am I saying it correctly? Miss Pamela? Okay. Let's see, ladies and gentlemen. We are now on to item 6 minutes, 6-1, regular minutes of the October 9th meeting. I will entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any additions or corrections? Hearing none, we will call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Item 7, resolutions. Unless otherwise specified, the city manager is authorized to execute all necessary documents upon final approval by the city attorney. 7-1, resolution number letter R-2023-0065, discussing and encouraging civility. I believe this is something Ms. Yancey has asked to place on the agenda. Ms. Yancey.
Yes, this is something, Mayor, that I think is important that we set some standards of excellence for our community. And just so our constituents would know that some of the behavior that we have witnessed in the last 2.5 years is not something that we as a council condone. There is a civility that we all need to encourage to promote a healthy democracy. And I'm very glad that we are bringing this before the council to agree to as a council, so that we will have a spirit of excellence and a level of professionalism in our meetings.
Thank you, Ms. Yancey. Council, shall we discuss? Shall we move for a motion? Hearing no discussion, I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is that a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
7.2, resolution number letter R -2023-0066, accepting results of the 2022-2023 audit report. Caesar, this is a typo, because that audit report covers 2021, 2022. And this says 2022, 2023. And if that's true, Gus, shall we post for next week? How do you?
That's fine. Y'all have already mentioned you want to discuss it again anyway.
Okay.
So
All right. I think it would be in our best interest, council, to allow for this item to be tabled so we can get the correct year posting, so there's no confusion, as well as give council a chance to look over the audit in a more meaningful way to bring more questions next time. Any objections to that? I will entertain a motion to table. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? 7.3, resolution number letter R -2023-0067, discussion possible action regarding adopting a resolution pertaining to award of bid proposals for biosolids processing and wastewater treatment plant. I will entertain a motion. It's up to you to approve, to discuss. It's up to you. Joe. Do you want to discuss first?
Well, I can move to approve and
then we can
have
discuss later?
discussion,
Okay.
right?
Okay, yeah, you motion?
Yes, sir.
Is there a second?
Second.
Let's discuss. Go, Joe.
There's a second. Rick, I guess how many bids were received for this?
Just one, sir. There was a possible second company, but they did not get a bid in. Pretty limited work.
All right.
How many bids again?
Just one, sir.
Okay.
It's the same company that's been handling our biosolids for the last 4 to 5 years.
Incidentally, Gus, I'll take this opportunity to ask about this. One of the comments was made about.
Tell her.
Rick.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
A comment was made earlier about the idea that we used to, and before your time, perhaps, we used to allow for publishing of several of whoever bid on the projects, for all of those qualified bids to be listed so that people can see what those bids were. Is there any reason that we would not be doing that? And this is to Rick and to Caesar. Is there any reason that this didn't happen on this agenda item, as well as does this happen normally with these bids?
You know, sir, I would check my records. I know on the one bid we're bringing forth to council tonight, once again, we've done a bid tabulation. All the bids are shown from the 3 bidders on the lift station project. So those bids are listed.
So those bids are listed?
Yes, sir.
For people to see.
We always put together what we call a bid tab, which shows all the bids, but the actual.
But can they see them in our background information?
Yes, sir. They
So,
should be included in the
like
package.
tonight?
Yes, sir. I mean, on this
I'm
particular
pulling
bid,
up
there's
the
only,
page.
there's only the one bid, so we don't have another one to show you, but there's one coming up here later that all three bidders' numbers are listed.
Okay, we just want to make sure that everybody's on the same page. If we are still doing this, we want to make sure.
Just for a little bit of clarity, what's received now in the package is the bid summary. So it's just the cover sheet, like that summary page of everything that everybody turned in. I believe what was discussed earlier were at one point, all the full submissions for each company that submitted used to be.
Like a
the
worksheet.
actual Bid
Bid submittal,
packet
right.
was
I believe
included.
you're correct.
So that's what you think? Okay, that's fine.
And we can certainly add that in the future.
Very good. That's a problem solved. Any further questions for Rick or Caesar as it relates to item 7.3? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 7.4, resolution number letter R-2023-0068. Discussion possible action to approve bid proposal for chemicals used for wastewater treatment plant.
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
7.
Quick, that was once again one bidder for the
Yes, sir.
chemical?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Once again, chlorine is very
Yeah,
limited.
that's
as
why I
far as
remember
supply.
that. Come up regularly.
7.5, resolution number letter R-2023-0069. Discussion possible action to award bid proposal for sanitary sewer lift station upgrades and improvements, phase 1 to Southern Trenchless in the amount of $3,130,689. The project is incorporated in the Texas General Land Office contract number 22-085-003-D223. The General Land Office, go ahead.
If I may, I just want to acknowledge that both.
Exactly.
The General Land Office is here for any questions or comments, as well as Miss Melissa Washington from our General Land Office, as well as Anthony Gonzalez from Grant Works, who was our grant administrator on this grant. Should you need any questions besides anything that Rick and I could also respond to.
Very
That's for
good.
this item and the next one.
Very good. Council, do we have any questions for this item or the next?
Why doesn't Miss Washington stand up? We can at least recognize her and thank her.
Absolutely.
Taking the time out to come spend the evening with us.
Yes, sir. Thank you guys so much for your time and your patience on these grants. I know that they are long-standing projects and the staff has been wonderful to work with in proceeding to the next stages of them.
I did have a question. These are reimbursable, right? We
yes.
we spend the money first. And so I don't want anybody thinking that we're receiving these millions and then.
No, so there are strict timelines and draw requests that the city pays first, and then you submit a draw request to be reimbursed. And I will promise you that there is a HUD audit that can and will be done on all funds that go through the federal process.
Thanks, Ms. Washington. Good to see you again.
Of course.
Move to approve, Mayor.
The second.
So move.
Any further discussion? Hearing none.
I'm sorry. And just to be clear, we have 3 bidders on this one. The CFG Industries, Southern Trenchless, and Branch Construction.
Yes,
Correct?
sir. Yes, sir.
What? I'm sorry, Joe. I'm sorry. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
And do we have a history with Southern Trenchless or any of these companies?
You know, Southern Trenchless actually is received the bid award for the sanitary sewer project. I do not believe they've done business with the city in the past, to my knowledge. CF&G, who was the low bidder, did do the Greyhound storage tank, the elevated storage tank.
Oh, yeah.
Attico did do the reference check on them. Their concern is they really do not have the expertise to be doing the work on these lift stations as far as the mechanical background. They're basically a coating company, which is the reason they won the contract for the elevated storage tank.
They're what kind of company?
Coating. They do coatings, paint coatings. And
because I do see there's a significant difference on the bid, like $500,000.
There is, sir.
Whose responsibility is it to recommend approval of a bid submission?
Typically, it comes from engineering.
It comes from engineering.
They do the research and they have the sources to be able to.
Are you familiar with that process?
Somewhat, sir. Yes.
Thank you. I won't go into it with you. Thank you, Rick. 7.6, excuse me. Resolution number letter R-2.
I don't think.
We didn't vote? We didn't vote. Let's vote. Item 7.5. All in favor? 7.5, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 7.6, thank you for that, Joe and Gus and Kiara, the whole right side. 7.6, resolution number letter R-2023-0070, discussion possible action to approve alternate. Is that a typo? Should it be alternate or?
Alternate.
Add alternate item.
That's what it should say, sir.
Thank you. Add alternate item for the sanitary sewer inflow and infiltration reduction project and award revised total bid amount $5,632,613.90 for GLO contract number 22-083-003-D208. Again, GLO, Ms. Washington is here tonight for any questions on item 7.6, council. Hearing none, we will entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second,
Second.
any further discussion?
I do have a question, Mayor.
Yes.
On these sheets, Rick, the attachment, these are the, I guess I don't understand why the lines are drawn. Is that just, what does that mean? The lines are drawn. It's like the numbers are marked out.
The only add alternate is alternate number 10, the CIPP section 3. So the bid
I
tab,
see.
I was just trying to clarify for council exactly what the bid amount was.
And
how
that's
we were
at
getting that bid amount.
1.6 million.
Yes, sir. It's the 1 point, all those other numbers are moot.
Okay, all right, I understand.
Thank you, Joe. Any further discussion? Hearing none. We'll call.
Well, I'm sorry. So I don't understand then, if this amount is the one, what is it,
1.1667.
Well, yeah, but this says 5 million.
Alternate 10. The total with the original bid. So council awarded this bid 2 weeks ago to Southern Trenchless for the sanitary sewer project. At the time, we had not clarified the add alternate. We wanted to make sure to get the bid approved and get it through. We looked at some options as far as adding additional work to this contract underneath that add alternate section. We chose to do that with this particular project, which is a pipeline lining project. And that's what council is approving tonight.
Well, but you just said that we'd approved this previously.
You had approved the original contract. Yes, sir.
This is an added alternate.
This is an add alternate.
Gus, I don't think that's clear there. We previously approved an amount of what? 5 something?
No, 3.
3.
Yes, sir.
Well, and because I don't know the language, I just think that just needs to specify, Gus, we're approving an add-on, a revised add-on of 1.6 million. This makes it appear that we're twice approving 3 million, and now we're approving 5 million, in my opinion. You understand?
I understand the meeting notice speaks to alternate items for a total revised amount of 5.6. So
I would suggest I would amend this motion, Mayor. I ask that we are taking action to approve an alternate item of 1.667,546 for a total revised bid of 5 million.
Yeah, I like that.
That's fine.
That doesn't do anything legally to us, right?
No, the meeting notice has been provided. If council
Yeah,
wishes to massage the language for the motion, that's fine.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, Joe, I guess you just made a motion. Is that?
Yeah, that's as amended.
Okay. Is there a second?
So moved.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? Item 8, city manager's report, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. Want to take a moment and acknowledge once again our folks that have stayed here with us throughout the length of the meeting. Thank you all for being here. I want to also take a moment and just quickly go through the city manager report. Items that stand out beyond the normal monthly reports that are listed on here. We've already listened to items 8.1 through 8.4. Item 8.5, engagement letter for us to get started on the audit process for this upcoming year.
Yeah.
Is it pause?
Pausing.
Pause, yeah.
Pausing.
We're having a quorum issue. We're switching council members out.
No problem.
All right, we're playing hurt tonight.
All right.
Go ahead, Caesar.
Item 8.5 is engagement letter. We're prepared to execute and get started on the next year's audit as soon as possible. I did want to take a note since Chief did steal the thunder, but we will acknowledge that we are recipients of a $300,000 grant specific towards targeting violent crime within the city, and we're hopeful to start that initiative here shortly. The award documentation is included in the package. And we're definitely excited about that moving forward. Also want to acknowledge item 8.7 is for Bayou Park, the capital improvements. Anytime that we bring anything out of the capital improvement fund, we like to bring that forward to you for review. Although this one's under our threshold that we've allotted of 25,000, we want to be read out in the record that we are using. This comes out of the $2 park fee fund. We're excited to finish Bayou Park. It's one of the 3 parks that we've done as part of this playground project. This one was more intensive. It required fence repair, basketball court repair, and then also some additional items to the tune of not to exceed $18,000. We're excited to put the people's funds to work. And assuming that there are no objections to that, we're ready to move forward on that item. Also, although not listed on here, I did want to reflect on the TERS report that was listed by request of the TERS board chair. We were told not to report that, please, if it was possible at this time. We do have a TERS meeting coming up, and we are prepared to come as a unit. They wanted to be part of the presentation as well.
Very good. Any questions for Mr. Garcia as it relates to his manager's report?
Yes, yeah, so you're talking about which TERS? Are you talking about?
The Omega Bay TERS.
The one that Robert Mistich was talking about. Okay, so the chair of the TERS.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
So is he not communicating? Are they not communicating with one another?
I can't state.
Okay. Because when he makes those statements, it's like, but what you're saying is that you were asked to wait till they can come together.
I do believe Kiera's office was communicating with the chairs early as today.
Okay.
To finalize their presentation. So Kiera, did you want to comment on that? On your communication with the TERS board chair?
No, not particularly.
Just stating that the fact
We
that
have,
there's a
but
meeting.
yes, no, we did communicate with the chair and the vice chair. We were working, there was some scheduling conflicts with them and the presenter that we have that needs to be at their next meeting as well. So we are working on getting those resolved.
Okay.
And with no further questions, that concludes our manager report.
Joe, did you have any questions for Caesar as it relates to his manager's report?
No.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Item 9, new business. Items presented to council for discussion, possible action. 9.1, waive Highland Bayou Park Pavilion fee. Discussion, possible action regarding the request of Da Crew de Rue nonprofit organization to waive the pavilion rental fee at Mac McGaffey Highland Bayou Park. Mr. Garcia.
Yes, Mayor. This group has come forward. They are promoting the upcoming Gumbo Festival. They actually were there at Highland Bayou Park this past weekend for Bayou Fest. And are excited to bring this event to the city, as well as future events. But this one in particular is one that they have requested for the Parks Board to consider the waiver of fees. They have been supportive in that notion. And we bring this forward for ratification.
How many has this event been done before?
It has not been done before in our city, to my understanding.
Has it been done before in any city?
My understanding is yes, and you're probably going to ask what the per capita is.
With the attendance?
They're expecting 2,000 folks. 2,000 right now. 2,000 attendees.
Attendance, yeah.
This one, I kind of recall, it's happened in Galveston before.
I
The
believe
route,
it
the
happened
Crew de
in
Rue,
Hitchcock.
or something. It's one of, yeah.
They have outgrown that venue.
Yeah. Yeah. We talked a little bit in the past from time to time about having a formal request document. Where are we with that?
There's a parks registration form with all the fees being communicated, but as far as a waiver form, like a request for waiver, that wasn't a part of the original request. It was more of getting our structure together for all of our park rentals.
Yeah.
But if you can't,
Yeah, no,
we could.
I
do
thought,
that
yeah,
as
I
well.
thought we wanted to, once we got done with that, we wanted to proceed into some sort of a document to memorialize that request.
We had discussed.
Waiver request. form?
Yeah,
Got
yeah.
it.
So that we can, we would be able to have this, right? Which we're growing, we'll get there. But next time hopefully we can have this in front of us in a formal request from those folks so that we can have them join our meeting and we can ask them, what do you expect? How will this impact our economy, sales tax, things of that nature?
Certainly.
But I'm excited about it personally. I think Lamarque, which is French, and Mardi Gras certainly are two things that ought to go together in this county more than maybe some other cities, but that's just my own personal.
Mayor, I have a recommendation, and Rick and
Go ahead, Jim.
you. In our activities at Mac McGaffey Highland Bayou Park, we should establish a policy that we're doing a car count on the parking. That's how you calculate the value, the economic value of the activity. You take, each car represents on the average 4 people is your calculation. And we've never done that. And I would urge us that either a requirement of the promoter or somebody that's out there involved in the parking side, that we keep so that we can then come back and look at what's the value of this event.
Right.
Was the attendance there, things of that nature.
Right.
So
I agree, Joe. I think that's important, certainly. Tonight, council, we have before us this opportunity to engage this group. Certainly, I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 9-2, I believe we took no action on our municipal court judge and her contract. Gus, if help me, her contract, I believe, automatically renews.
Her term of office under the government code will automatically renew. That is correct.
So we took no action, so certainly there's no reason to take action on our primary municipal court judge on this request for proposals. For clarity purposes, we are in the midst of going through requests for proposals for our associate judges. That's the distinction. Our associate judges. This is our primary presiding judge.
That is correct.
Very good. Let's move now to item 9-3, abnormal water consumption discussion, possible action regarding abnormal water consumption policy. We just heard from one of our residents earlier. As it relates to this policy, I believe Joe is bringing this to us, or certainly he recommended we discuss this. And so, Joe, if you want to lead this discussion.
Yes, Cesar, first of all, when we were having our discussion on the water bills, and Councilmember Ross was very much involved in that and provided some great feedback, we specifically talked about adjustments. And I have heard so many different stories about that. One of them was you get to waive one, actually during those water rate discussions, it was represented that if you have a financial crisis and you're entitled to basically waive a payment of a water bill if that arises. Some cities do that, but there's a form that's filled out. Or the person also shows proof that they presented a request at, say, some organizations like the Board of Catholic Charities. We accept those, or other groups, Salvation Army, whoever's involved in that. Then this statement that Ms. Cassandra was mentioning about being told, let me go back. The simplest issues and problems and challenges that any business has, and I consider this a business first and foremost, is who's on the front line. How do you answer that phone? How do you respond? It's all comes down to customer service. And if we're not welcoming, and that's Mr. City Manager, I hope that messenger, we're not welcoming. You know what? Our police department during our national night out, I have to say, they were so welcoming. The fire department, people were wanting to come up to you guys actually, you know, and talk. I had not seen that in a long time. It's to say people not scared of our police and our fire individuals. And that's the same environment that I believe we should have at our front office. Empower them to say, yes, let me help you, and not to take this attitude that everything is hidden. Certainly if I come in and ask for a printout of all my bills, print out the bills, you know? And so second policy that we have here was adopted in 1996. So that obviously there is a need to update the policy, right? I've only seen it now for the first time here, so I'm not in a position to really study it and make suggestions. But in the meantime, I did look at the Texas City policy, and I haven't done all the math. And maybe it would be helpful to have a similar policy in terms of the adjustment policy. But I will encourage us as a community, and here's where it comes in, Cesar and Rick. You know, when we have these water line breaks, as happened in my neighborhood, and we had the 60 that were happening every day and they still continue to happen, what was our response? Because we couldn't get to all of them, is we're going to deal with the largest water line break first, right? And the other ones, we're just going to let that water flow out. And nobody is giving the city of Lamar a bill for that. That water is just going down our drains. Yep. I think that as a community, we have to be big enough in our heart to say if someone is having a financial crisis, or I'm a senior that's being challenged in some fashion, or has a medical emergency, that we have a policy that reflects that, to say, look, don't worry about it this month. We're going to credit that and go on. So there are certain categories. That's my view, Mayor. But we certainly need to be responsive to people that live with these issues.
Absolutely. I think we need to update the policy, Caesar. I think that that policy needs to be published on our website, obviously.
One of the things I think too, Mayor, if you don't
Go
mind
ahead.
if I interject.
Yeah.
Based on what she said, Cesar, I don't know what type of customer service training that our staff has had in the last 2 years, but maybe that's something we need to address, because then when a resident asks for the bill, that the question should not be, why do you want it? So maybe we look at some of the, and I don't know if that's true or not, of course, but maybe that's something we need to look at about how do you, when it comes to customer service, because I know some people can be, challenging at times, but maybe I don't remember the last time we've had customer service training, because I don't know that schedule, but it's always good to do it in-house. I know we've had some people come and go, and maybe we can do some in-house training on customer service.
I'd be remiss not getting information about that. I just think that there may be some reasoning behind that I will have to investigate. I stand behind the customer service of our staff. If that's not done properly, then I am very swift to follow up on it. In this case, I think there might be something else that we need to look into, and I'm just not at liberty to discuss that right now.
Sure.
One other item, as I'm looking at this, and it is going to take, and I'm going to be studying it closely. I'm focused on the water bill part. Our billing, as you know, is 3 categories. We've got the sewer part, we've got the waste collection, but collectively we get one bill. So our policy needs to be representative of that, because if I get a water bill like I did 1 month because of the leak that I took care of, and I'm usually due less than 1,000, but I received the bill for 4. I paid the amount, but as a result of the leak, my drain, I didn't have an additional what is it, 4,000 gallons of drainage but yet I was charged for that. Understand?
Mhm.
So we need to be carefully on that side. Poor Councilman Brooks.
So I want to add on to that. There comes a point in time, if it's outside of the house and it's in between where it's actually coming in the house and from the meter, they may not know for over a month before they get it. It's kind of on the city to say, hey, your water bill's going up and we don't know why. Like what happened to me last year in January when I got my bill and it was 7,000 gallons. And then the next month was 9,000 gallons by the time I could get a plumber to come out and fix it. Luckily, I was not living off my retirement at that point in time, but when it's outside of the house and it's in the yard and it's in an area that nobody uses, we've got to look and say, hey, if we're not informing them of abnormal use, is it partially our fault they didn't know that there was a leak there? Are we going to take some of that responsibility? And then when all you're subtracting off the water bill is what the actual average utility rate is, like the one that I was given, the example I was given, the high consumption was 15, but they had an average of 3,000 gallons. So they subtracted the 3,000 gallons and then did a rate based off of the 12,000 gallons that was used. Is that really fair? I mean,
If I may.
Go ahead.
Why?
Well, this may impact. So the other thing, I forgot about this, very important. During the rate discussions, we talked about that additional add-on that will permit us individually.
That's what I was gonna
Right,
comment
you're going
on.
to talk about that.
I
think we need to bring that.
We're in the process of procuring specifically that, Mayor Pro Tem. As you know, we have to follow our procurement process. We're looking to procure that and bring that item for your review for actual approval. So we can proceed with that project. In addition to that, I just want to let you know that the objective tonight was to bring you our policy. You're right, 1996 is very outdated. I think it's time for us to possibly review it, along with some of our neighbors, Texas City, Hitchcock, and League City for your review. If you'd like us to do more, and if you'd like us to work internally and present them to you, if you'd like to sign some ad hoc members to be part of it, whatever your will, we just want to make sure.
Policy, you mean?
Correct, to update our policy, if that's your will, whatever you'd like, just want you to know that we were asked to bring it forward as well as some comparisons nearby and want to move that forward.
Okay, thank you. I believe we need a motion. And I think that motion needs to be to direct the city manager to update the abnormal water consumption policy and to bring it back for our review. That's what it sounds like we just said, right? I'll entertain that motion.
And may I also interject or add to that is that and city manager, I think we'll leave it in your discretion, I think.
Absolutely.
But those present issues that arise give you the authority to make such adjustments as are necessary, so that we get those behind us, right? We don't have people having to come up here 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing I'd like to add. So
How are you adding that to the motion?
let's see, refresh my memory. What was the motion about?
Kiara?
Yes, the proposed motion was to direct the city manager to update the abnormal water consumption policy and bring that back to council. And just from what I understood, you said it was authorizing the city manager autonomy to, in the interim. Make those-
That's it, in the interim, make such adjustments.
Very good. Make sense, Council? Kim, James?
yes, sir.
Very good. That is the motion, Joe. Is there a
sir.
second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item 9.4, cancellation of meeting. It has been historically our custom on council when we have 2 meetings a month. We went back to 2 meetings a month to cancel the last meeting in November and the last meeting in December, obviously because those are national holidays. And so we will entertain a motion on item 9.4.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Yes, second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 9.5, items for the good of the order. James, I guess we'll start with you since you're in quarantine.
Had a great weekend at Bayou Fest with everybody. I do dread whoever gave me this cold because it's kicked my butt. VFW is having a Christmas party December 9th, $10 a person, $15 a couple. They have an event page on Facebook. If you go to VFW 8248, you can look at it, open to the public, come out, one and all, have a good time. And then we will be having a Veterans Day get together. More to follow on that. I'll post it out on Facebook and have them post stuff as needed. That's all I got.
Thank you, James.
So this Thursday is Trunk or Treat. I encourage all of our residents and school children to go. What time is it? Was it 5 to 7?
5:30 to 7:30.
5:30 to 7:30. So we want to encourage that. To my council members, thank you for voting. There it is. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you for the civility resolution. And just let me just say this. Just keep praying. We're doing great work in our city. Our city is going through some great challenging times. However, we're doing good work. I believe so. Streets are getting paved. Crime is going down. As you've heard today, we have better relations with our PD, and people are being intentional about the things that are happening. Are happening in our city. I love the article in the paper about the kiddos doing the sensory project with our parks and board. It's been a long time since I've seen our parks and boards be this active. I know when I first moved here, I didn't see that. So thank you, Cesar, and to our park board volunteers that have worked hard to beautify our city along with Keep Lamar Beautiful. So it's amazing to me that we are continually to do the good work that good citizens do in challenging times. Continue to pray for our nation and our world as we see a lot of things happening across the seas. And so I am having the time of my life. Some of you have asked and sent texts, are you okay? We are. I do know that no pain, no gain, and there's always purpose in pain. Does it hurt? It can be. But what I will not do is I will not allow my family to be subjected to things that they shouldn't be. So I will be making a statement soon on the matter, and we will be handling it with the legal tools that we have at our disposal. I absolutely love being an American, and I will fight for this democracy. And I will continue to stand for the people of Lamar who call me, text me, pray for me, and beg me to continue the great work. There's so many exciting things that are coming, and I want to be a part of that. Other things that are happening, and it takes time to do that. But I thank you, Cesar, for being a soldier. I thank you, Kiara, for really working hard, and you, Rick, and the chief, that $300,000 grant, and being the only. Texas is one of the largest states, so to say we're the only city in the state of Texas to have gotten that. I mean, you can't argue with facts, right? And so thank you for pressing, even though we've been blocked many, many times. But it's in the press, right? It's in the press that we get our biggest achievements. My mother that was here earlier, she always said, this is not a beat down, this is a countdown to your next blessing. And so that's how we look at everything, because all it is to me sometimes is the juice to keep going. I thank you to former Commissioner James Osteen, who has always been an encouragement, your presence, to the Penningtons that are always here, to Joe Camacho, now that you're here and trying to support the city. Thank you so much for your presence and your will to help us go to greater heights. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Jensen. Mayor Pro Tem.
I want to thank my fellow REACT members. REACT is an organization that's formed and it's headed by Tanner. I can never pronounce his last name, but he's a member of what? Montague or something like that, right? He's a member of our Lamar Fire Department and EMS, but he's kept this REACT group. I joined it because it's emergency communications. And as we saw after Ike, after the freeze, when we lose communications, that's a public health emergency. We don't know about people that need oxygen, their bottles refilled. Lamar PD after Ike set up a refill station here, but we had to get the word out. We don't know about people that are impacted by the need to get to dialysis. Both the freeze and Ike were also, so REACT is a way to use an alternate means of communication to make sure that the proper individuals, the proper authorities have access to that. And certainly we utilize it at the Red Cross too when these events happen. So I was out there as we do annually at Bayou Fest, handling the parking and outstanding job, I have to say. There were only four of us there. One fellow, one of my REACT 13. By the way, it's kind of like the James Bond spy. We're all numbers. I'm REACT 13 and there's REACT 1 and 2 and 3. If you have an interest, please join us. But one of the things I recognized as I'm out there directing traffic, which was my lesson here. And so if you see me kind of repeating stuff, I realized more than ever before, I knew this, but more than ever before, that simple task of directing traffic was that, number one, there's a whole lot of people driving that are using illegal substances.
Oh.
They smelled it when they rolled down the windows. Do we ask them where they were going? So police PD, I applaud you and how you handle that, but there was a lot of it. That's number one. And number two, I realized, just like some of the things that happen in our city government, we can put out facts and they're completely ignored. Here I am in my fluorescent, and you saw me, Mary, in my fluorescent, what is it, vest, also holding, that's how you know in the evening, one of those flashlights that has the orange little cone on it as well too, wand. And I mean, I'm comparable to a small blimp in that vest, and yet I'm directing people and they're going to run over me, right? Because they don't see me. And then they ignore you completely. And when you tell them the exit is that way, they're like starting to cuss you out. Does it remind you about city government? Yeah, in some instances. So I, more than ever before, I have to say, I repeat the message, and we have to do more of that. But it was an outstanding event, and many of you came out for that. I see it for greater. Once again, we need to count those cars so we can brag about that. And more than ever too, I saw for the first time in the many years that I've gone, I really saw families there. That was the other thing I noticed. There were children and in a safe environment as well too. And then last of all, initially I wasn't too impressed with the fireworks, but you really put on a show, Mr. City Manager, at the very end with regard to the fireworks and the closing out of that. So thank you so much for the chamber and Lamar, the staff and the other groups that were very much involved in that. And I pray for our city that we continue to, as a community, that we be good neighbors. Just simply that. Just let's be good neighbors, recognizing that God, we are here in your image. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe. Well, there have been a lot of comments online about the invasion of mosquitoes in our community. Let this council be selfish and say to our friend, Mr. Garcia, and our friend Rick, we told you so. We certainly have been clamoring for that machine, the mosquito spraying machine, and for training for our staff members, because we knew this day would come. But I believe that you are working on that, Mr. Garcia. There's a PO out, the
Equipment's being procured, Mayor, and 3 people are currently in training.
yes. And so we will sooner rather than later have the ability to mitigate these monstrous mosquitoes before the county can come by and spray again. So we thank you for that. Good news. I wanted to just acknowledge last week several things that we had an opportunity to be a part of. Small business initiative was held at the Chamber of Commerce building, the Lamar, City of Lamar Small Business Initiative, our inaugural small business initiative, and it was attended by several interested residents of Lamar. I believe there was about 15, 18 folks in total in attendance, which is a great start for a small business initiative. We want to thank Mr. Culp and the Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Garcia, city staff, for providing for an excellent opportunity. I attended. Mr. Ross also represented council. Great information. We believe we'll be able to return next quarter with more information and education, because we believe that the folks in our community are some of the most talented entrepreneurs and potential business owners that this county has to offer. They just need an opportunity to train and to learn and to become educated and to grow. And I believe that our city can help. And I'm glad that we are in the process of helping. I look forward to the next event. Secondly, we also had an opportunity to attend the domestic violence vigil that was held here in council chambers on last week. I had a chance to attend that with my friend Kimberly Yancey, Councilwoman Yancey, as well as Mr. Garcia, Police Chief Randall Aragon, and many others. Again, we stood with those. Also, the Resource Crisis Center partnered with us on that. Is that right, Chief? The Resource Crisis Center partnered with us on the domestic violence vigil. A wonderful event. We had a chance to stand with that organization and to bring awareness to domestic violence, not only in our community, but in our county. And we were glad to be a part of it. On Saturday, we celebrated 70 years with our annual Bayou Fest. Fun and families and the crowds for our musical performances on Saturday night were larger than they had been in the previous years. And so I believe we're headed in the right direction. Wonderful event on Saturday. I saw all of our council members there. I believe I saw Kiara there as well. Many, Caesar, obviously, Kyle. I can go on and on and on, but the city was well represented at that event as well. We received our audit tonight. The most important piece of information that our audit provided was that it was another unqualified, or now they call it unmodified audit. What is an unmodified audit? That is the highest level of audit that you can receive from an auditing firm, which means that, again, we are moving our city in the right direction. Safe City Initiative brought welcome news. Crime is factually, statistically, and evidentially proven to be on the downtrend. Chief, we want to thank your officers. We want to thank every community-oriented policing group. I believe there are how many now? 9, 8 groups who are working in concert with our police department, and it's bringing about proven results. No one can argue with data. The work that you all are doing is yielding fruit. But this is a war. It's not a fight. It's not a battle. It's a war. And so there will be days where we will get the best of crime and we'll get the best of criminals that potentially choose to commit crimes in our city. But there will be days like the other day where unfortunately a young member of our community lost life. Those days are thank you, James. Those days are long. We acknowledge them, but we don't stop. We continue to move forward because there will be better days ahead. And as we move more into the future of this Safe City initiative, those days will become less and less. The goal is, again, audaciously to be the safest city in Texas. I still believe we can do that. I believe that now more than ever before. Ms. Yancey also reminded us of the annual trunk or treat event at the library on Thursday. Certainly, I'm looking forward to attend. I'd love to meet you there so that we can celebrate with our young people in this community. Always a well-attended event with great fun. Lastly, I believe today is the first day of early voting. And there are amendments, state constitutional amendments on the ballot, as well as the council race. And so if you are a resident of District C, you have a choice to make. There are two issues on the ballot. The first would be whether or not you want to, as a resident of District C, recall current council member Michael Carlson. Whether or not you vote yes or no, that's your business. I believe secondarily, you will have a choice between two persons that have placed their name on the ballot to be the next possible council member of District C. Those are your municipal choices, but there are, again, state amendments that you have an opportunity to vote on. Early voting starts today. And election day is always the second, is it the second Tuesday in November. Thank you, council, for your work tonight. Today's been longer than other days, but certainly just as profitable and productive. Caesar.
You guys just about covered everything. I didn't want to be remiss. Thank you, all of staff, JB, Kyle, the entire team that was out there, PD, fire. I mean, it was just a great overall event, EDC. Just want to take a moment to thank everybody for everybody's efforts. And we look forward. We've already started working on the next one. You mentioned the trunk or treat. We are still looking for anybody else who would like to participate. There's still time. Please contact our library. I believe the phone number is on the flyer that's presented on the screen right now. If you would please, if you still like some time to participate, the goal is to fill all the way from Haley Elementary all the way through to the library. We will have somebody, we'll have PD helping us cross for anybody who needs to cross Cedar safely. But we look forward to our biggest trunk or treat yet. The early voting hours that were listed that Mayor mentioned, just want to remind everybody so you don't show up here on Saturday or Sunday. Early voting is from today until the 27th, and that is 8 a.m. until 5 p.m. It will resume on Monday. It'll go on from Monday until Wednesday, 8 to 5, and then again on Thursday and Friday from 7 to 7, with the election day, as Mayor mentioned, being November 7th from 7 to 7. Lastly, Kyle, could you share this real quick just for public consumption? There's flyers that are available now. They're at your station. They're also available for pickup. Anybody would like to pick it up. We have been asked to partner with Clean Coast Texas. You know that we signed an MOU with them. They are coming to do a public workshop to be held at the Extension Office, which is over at Carbide Park, on November 14th from 9 to 12. We're really looking forward to this. We want to get as much community involvement as possible, and we look forward to everyone attending who may want to participate. Again, it's November 14th from 9 a.m. until noon. Thank you so much.
So Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I do want to say that the District A won the food contest at Bayou Fest. A family off of Road, bring the heat, what you smoking, something like that.
Oh, you mean,
Yes, and I heard about the walk up, they had their own music as the different groups was walking, when they were walking up. So I got a chance to talk to all the different groups at Bayou Fest, and they were like, this was so much fun with the music and everything. But I do want everyone to know, especially my fellow council people, District A took the food contest.
Is leading the way, huh?
Yes, we're leading the way.
Very good, very good. Thank you, Kim. If there's nothing further, we will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.